Hi everyone, we're back. Just gonna take a second to post these, which I forgot to do. Okay. So I think I'm gonna start right away with a sprint because I need some more coffee and water. So yeah, let's go with a 45 and see where it leads us. We are back, done with our first sprint of this live. How did we do? Let me know. I managed to read a tiny bit, but not much. I got myself a new cup of coffee because the other one was not much good anymore. So I got myself a new cup and some more water and a small snack. And yeah, read a tiny bit, but not much. I also had to take care of my Facebook page for my business. So I didn't want to take care of anything business related because I wanted to just focus on reading. That's my problem. I usually put reading aside in order to do my tasks for my business, but today's a reading thing, but I didn't need to. I didn't get to schedule that post. So I made a quick one and now it's done with. Why is it so shaky? I'm back. Yay. I had to take care of my dog and have lunch. That's awesome. We all need to take care of ourselves and eat. It's important. Finally got her settled down. So, hoping this time around I can get a full hour of revisions before she wakes up again. I hope you can get what you want to get done. And I hope she heals fast and feels better soon. Poor baby. Hi. How are you? Are you reading? Are you doing anything else? So, since last time, let's go with this. Since last time, I managed to finish my chapters of Promised Land. It's a lot. It's a lot, and I'm happy. I'm just glad to be over with my chapters. It's interesting though because some chapters I'm just annoyed with and bored, and other chapters I find them interesting. So yeah, I'm reading Head Full of Ghosts. I think I know that one. What is it? Oh, Paul Tremblay. I don't know it, or maybe I think I've seen this cover. How are you enjoying that? For Summerween, yeah, I saw that Gabby was live earlier for Summerween. I have been participating in way too much readathons, and with everything going on in my life, I decided to not participate in anything and just catch up on books. Favorite books of all time. There's a lot. There's a lot of favorite books of all time. I want to say fifth season. I want to say the Popular. I want to say Strange the Dreamer. 7.5 Deaths of Evelyn Hardcastle. Those would be my top. I have two. I'm actually gonna write that one down though, because I do need a lot of content for my TikToks. And I'm not sure. I've written all my ideas down. Don't want to forget. All right. Yeah, so I'm still reading Stormland, and I feel like I finished Ready Player One not so long ago. I think it was in June. And I feel like Stormland is doing things I wish Ready Player One did. Yeah, last month. So, yeah, I'm kind of happy with that because it's giving me stuff that I wish I would have read in Ready Player One. So there's still a couple of things where I'm not like, it's not a 5 stars, it's not a perfect book, but definitely better than a lot of YA stuff I've read recently. One book I wouldn't be able to pick. Nope. Can't pick one book. Impossible. Impossible. Yeah, I have so many. I don't know. It used to be Strange the Dreamer, though, like my top number one. But I've read so many other books since then. I don't know. There's too many to just pick one. That gives me an idea, though, that I might go on with a tier ranking video by the end of the month. Still haven't planned all of my videos for July, but that would sound nice, a tier ranking video. Hey, welcome back. Are you still sprinting? How did it go, by the way? I went in to say hi, but that was pretty much it. A lot going on today. But how did it go? Mine would be Things Have Gotten Worse Since We Last Spoke by Eric LaRocca. Or The Sword of Kagan. I haven't read that one, either one, but I do want to read The Sword of Kagan. Or The Three-Body Problem. Or The Race of... Yeah, that's what happens when you're trying to pick a favorite book. Oh, I could go with this one, or this one, or this one, or this one, or this one. Yeah. Or what I do like, maybe not a tier. Who does that? Emily Fox does that. She was it Emily Fox? I think so. Anyways, I know a couple of booktubers do that. Maybe Books and Lala as well. When like they put two books together and they decide which one they prefer between the two, and that one gets to the other round, and they do that for all of their books until they get like one final winner. I might do that instead of the actual tier, because that's a little bit tedious too. Film/edit, they're not my favorite ones. I might do that. of every 5-star books I've rated. What are you reading? I'm reading on my reader, Stormland, which is a book I've gotten on NetGalley 2.5 years ago, and that I'm now getting to. I'm really enjoying it though, because I've gotten some stuff in this book that I wanted in the Ready Player One that I did not get. So I'm really enjoying it. It's not a 5 stars. It's not a perfect book, but it's definitely a 4 star so far. Still have 208 pages left ish. So we'll see. I'm hoping to finish this book by the end of my sprint, so I might just go as long as I need to finish this book, because after that I want to get to Before the Coffee Gets Cold, which is another quite small short book. So excited though. Just ended my sprints. Good. It went really well. I had a great time. There were impromptus. I needed motivation to read. It happens. Sometimes they're the best sprints to have when you haven't planned on them. Good. I'm glad it went well. During them, I finished Powerless and Powerful by Lauren Roberts. 2 books or just the one? It's 1 book. Powerless and oh no, it's 2 books. Awesome, that's a lot. Okay, book number 1.5, Powerful, right? So that one's probably a novella. But still, 2 books, that's a lot. Good job. That's great. I am just about to start Reckless, which is, I'm guessing, book number 2. Nice. Before the Coffee Gets Cold is on my TBR as well. I have been needing to pick it up for a while. Yeah, I've been recommended it. Well, I've been gifted it from a friend, and from a friend on Sprints. And I had a prompt this month, which was to read the Choose Your Own Adventure readathon all year long. So it was to read a friend's favorite. So I decided to pick it up because she really, really loved it. And it's short, so perfect for the 24-hour readathon. Just a sec. Yeah, sorry about that. But yeah, I'll keep you posted if I do enjoy it. Do you have a fiction book recommendation? Something with beautiful prose and overall story? I um, I don't read necessarily like contemporary books. I'm more into I read a lot of fantasy and a lot of flowery, beautiful prose that I have read are more fantasy-ish. Let me check. I'm gonna go check on what I've read in my read list on Goodreads. Maybe I'll think of something that I could recommend. Yeah, there's a lot of fantasy in here. Stay With Me by Adebayo Ayobami. This one is really, really, really good. And I haven't, let me just share my screen. So this one is really, really, really good. I read it for my infertility rep project that I never got out, but I still read it, and it was one of my very, very, very favorites. It's like top tier. Really, really good. Other than that, I did see, yeah, This Is How You Lose the Time War. I personally didn't like it because I didn't understand any of it. It was very, very, very poetic, and I felt so dumb reading that book. I could not. It was too much for me. But yeah, a lot of people do like it, and it is very flowery prose. Um, what else? The Night Tiger is really good. Why is there no rating? That's weird. And I did read it when I don't remember. But that one's really, really good. It's historical, but it's really good and it reads really quickly. Is it flowery ish? The other one that I think of would be see, This Is How You Lose the Time War. I didn't rate it. I did somewhere, but P. Jelly Clark is so underrated. I really enjoyed his books. Sorry about that. Kiddo's emergency. But where was I? Yeah, that one I did. Especially the novellas. Yes, in the Fatma universe. So good. I know. I started with which one was it? A Dead Jin in Caro. And I saw that he got a new novella out, which is wait a minute. I'm really excited for the Dead Cat Tales Assassin. Black Gods, the Black Gods drums was really, really good. Haven't read Ring Shout yet, but I can't wait. Oh, this one. The Angel of Khan el Khalili, which is the Jin Universe point 2. So a Dead Jin and Caro is 1. This one is number 2, and the other one I did read was number 3. This one I've read. I've read this one. I didn't know this one was out. It's not new. But I don't know how I didn't know this one existed. I don't know. I don't understand, but I'll have to get it and read it because I need it. Let's just bind up. I can't wait for book number 2. Anyways. It's on the Tor website for free. Really? I'll go have to check that out. That was fun. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. I'll have to go check out Tor's website. Hmm. All right, I'll have to take the time to go through the website. I get caught up. Okay, it's way past the time I said I would start the next sprint, which is fine. No worries. Anyways, let's go with another one and another 45 minutes. So we can get some more reading done. And then afterwards, I do have a couple of questions, yes, no, or maybe questions, which might be fun to do as well. All right. So let's get to finishing some books. Happy reading, happy productivity, whatever you're doing, resting, all of it. And I'll see you in 45. Hey, we are back. I kind of went on there for a while without realizing it was done. How did we do? Did you read? Did you get anything done? I've seen your message going to hop off for the day. It's okay, pretty obvious. It's just going to be a lot of distractions and not much revisions. It happens sometimes, and good for you for acknowledging that it's not going to be a productive day in that sense and just do something else. So maybe tomorrow, yeah, maybe tomorrow will be a better day. I hope so for you that things do settle down. Thanks for hosting. You're welcome. Thank you for coming. Have a good day. Have a good day to you too. And thank you so much for joining in. Okay. I didn't finish. I was distracted as well with my son. Um, so I was about to look at how many pages I've read so far, and I do need to update my vlog, which I haven't done since the beginning of this 24-hour readathon, and I feel like I'm not focusing right now. I'm not tired, which is surprising, but I don't feel like I'm focused. All right. I'm going to head off. Thanks for the sprints. Thanks for the sprints words. Thank you for coming. I'm glad you got some stuff done, and I appreciate you being here. Have a good night and a rest if you're heading for a rest. Um, you've been sprinting for a while and then joining mine, so good rest will be beneficial. Thank you for coming. All right, where was I? 525. I'm only 72% through Stormland, which is weird because I am enjoying it very much. And things are happening very, very quickly at this point of the story. So maybe 175 pages ish left before the end of this book. So, according to my reader, 2 hours left before I end this. So, 2 more sprints should be good for me to finish this book. And I do want to start this one. So, where was I? So I'll be continuing until I get to at least do 1 sprint with this one. So that means (282 pages are read today so far since midnight. 8 more hours left, and I still have at least almost 400 pages that I do want to get read So I need to up my game, definitely. Hi, Anya. How are you? I joined in the middle of the sprint and listened to a bit of To Be Claimed. Oh, what is that? Is that a book? Willow Winters. I know that author. I hope you're enjoying it. Well, I don't know her personally. I just see her videos on social media. I hope you're enjoying it and that you're doing well as well. I'm okay. I was a bit stressed out for the last couple of days. We thought that my husband's check didn't come in the mail, and we did have 2 bank holidays 1 week apart. So I thought maybe there was a delay. So I was having a lot of anxiety in my head going on, and it ended up being delivered to the wrong house. My neighbor just rang earlier and gave it to us. So, yay, relief of stress. Um, it was a roller coaster of emotions. So, yeah, doing good, considering everything. Better, at least now I can read with a peace of mind, a certain peace of mind, which is good. Okay. Because I do want to get way more reading done. Let's go with the next sprint in 8 minutes. Okay, I finally found The Angel of Khan El Khalili on Tor.com. So I'm going to add that to my TBR, which I haven't done. To my Goodreads, actually. Which will add one more book to my long list, or not very long list of books read. I have a hard time focusing. Yeah, my brain is thinking at a million different things at the same time. So I've got some yes, no, or maybe questions. Thought would be fun. So let's go with the first one. Would you forgive a friend who spoiled a book's ending? Debate. It's great to listen to It's Paranormal Smut while doing housework. Good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I've heard great things about this author's work. I knew it was smut. But I haven't read any of their books. But I'm glad that you're enjoying it. But yes, having music or audiobooks while you work is always motivating and helpful. Yeah, I don't think I've had a friend that spoiled the book's ending. I mean, is it a non forgiving offense? I don't think so. I would be mad, but I would definitely forgive. People have done worse than spoiling endings. And I usually try not to spoil myself, and sometimes I do spoil myself. So, like, it's fine. Um, I do like to know how many pages left in my chapter when I'm reading, and I do have that information on my reader on the top, but I don't have that info with a physical book. So I do that often, just looking at what page the chapter ends. I do that a lot, and sometimes I spoil myself, unfortunately. I used to read the last page of a book before. A while ago, I used to do that. Why? No idea. I don't know. But I did do that. Why? Don't forget to hydrate. I've got my warm coffee that doesn't get cold. Ironically, because of the title of this book, but yeah, I got a mug heater. That was startling. Two more minutes before the next sprint. Hi, how are you? How are you doing? What are you reading? We would love to know. Also, the question, the yes, no, maybe question that I did have was, if you want to answer, would you forgive a friend who spoiled a book's ending? In my opinion, it is not an unforgivable offense because I did spoil my own books myself. So can't I would be mad maybe if it was a book that I really didn't want to spoil, but what do you think about it? Also, what are you reading? If you're reading, what are you doing? I forgot the number I said earlier of the number of pages. 282. I did say I wanted to catch up on reading during the summer, and I have to admit that I have been reading. I'm happy. I'm flip flopping between Entranced by the Basilisk by Lillian Lark and The Stranger Times. I don't know any of those books, but that's good. Going with your mood at the moment. I'm also reading so many books at the same time. I'm also watching old Hell's Kitchen episodes on YouTube. Those were the best. The older ones, I used to watch like the first couple of seasons. Those were definitely the best ones, but I haven't caught up with the newer editions. But I approve of that. I cannot read and listen to other stuff though at the same time, other than like just music. Like, too much for my brain. I was going to check. The former is a monster smut romance. The latter is a paranormal comedy. Oh, I don't think I hear about paranormal comedies much. That couldn't be any more British. Okay, interesting. Now you've got me intrigued. I'm not much into smut at all, monster or not, and romance, as long as it's not like the main focus of a story. But I'm curious. That sounds interesting. Hope you're in. Well, the Stranger Times one. I get the comedy part from. You can read it from the synopsis. Sounds good. I need background noise to function, and I'm all out of true crime. So I need an angry chef screaming at people. Okay, I get that. That's fair. Yeah, I need background noise a lot, but if people are talking too much, I can't. It's too much talking. Words in my head and words that I'm hearing, that's too much for me. But I usually do put on like some music and not heavy music, but like more slower music. But I do usually put that on or ambience, which I haven't put on for the full day because it is it is raining outside, so I have my own natural ambience. Do you, if you're a fan of true crime, I guess that you do watch Bailey Sarian's YouTube channel. I love her episodes, both of Murder Mystery, Murder Makeup Mysteries, and the Dark History. Um, you can listen to it as a podcast or YouTube videos, but I really love them. If you haven't seen her videos, go watch them. They're really, really amazing. She's very thorough in her research, which I do appreciate. And she's funny. All right, let's get to some reading. Oh, I'm 5 minutes past my time. I said I would start sprinting. I do indeed watch those videos, yes, amongst a myriad of other creators. Good. All right, let's start this sprint. Happy reading, watching, whatever you're doing, and I'll see you in 45. We are back. How did we do? Let me know. I managed to read not as much as I wanted. Keep being distracted. 30 pages. So we've got over that 300 page count today, but 9 hours left and not enough read from what I wanted, but it's fine. I can feel it's the end. Oh, I also needed to update my vlog. I forgot about that. Yeah, I am feeling and sensing we're towards the end in this book, Stormin. We'll see how it goes, but I'm excited to finish it. I read for about half the sprint. Good. But I forgot where I started, so I don't know how much I actually read. It's fine. No worries. The important thing is that you did read, so that's a win. Yay, we like that. Let's start the next one in 10-ish minutes. Take a bit of a break. Water, coffee, snack, something. I think I'm going to try to draw what I needed to get drawn so that my mind isn't too busy and can actually focus on reading. In the next sprint, I think I need to write down some stuff. Oh, on Trello. Yep, that's a good idea. Let's put a red color because I do need to get that done quickly. All right. I'm not gonna look at that. too long because it's discouraging. Hi, Princess. How are you? What you doing? Are you reading, being productive? I'm well. Good. Good to hear. I'm doing better myself as well. I was very stressed out, and I ended up having the situation sorted out. So lots of anxiety went out the door. Doing some admin stuff, nothing too crazy. Good. Look at you adulting. Yay. I don't want that. Go away. Thank you. I was asking earlier a yes, no, maybe question. So I would like to know what you think about it. Would you forgive a friend who spoiled a book's ending? I try. I think we all try. We all try to adult. I am okay considering everything. I am in mode trying to find a lot of solutions because of the financial stuff. But yeah, considering I'm doing fine. Thank you. Shoot, said it. I had to do my Duolingo real quick before midnight rolled around. What language are you learning? I would love to know. Definitely not. If I did, if I didn't ask to be spoiled, don't do that. Yeah, it's fair. It's fair. I don't think it's a for unforgivable offense. I mean, there's worse things, but I'd be mad. I'd be angry, but I wouldn't not forgive our friend for that. I myself used to, well, I still do that. On my reader, I can see up on top like how many pages left on for my chapter, and I like to know how many pages I have left before the end of the chapter. And I don't know why I need that. And I used to sometimes I spoiled myself by looking up till the next chapter and saw some words I shouldn't have seen. But yeah, I'm used to spoiling myself. I used to read the last page of a book before actually starting the book. I don't do that anymore, but I used to do that. Why? I don't know, but I did. I would, thanks to my ADHD, I'd probably forget. Anyways, fair, fair. Today I did my Dutch, but I also do French, Spanish, Italian, and the High Valyrian. Is there really a Duolingo in the High Valyrian? Wow. Cool. Hope you're enjoying it and that you're learning fun words. Learning languages is so much fun and so important. It's an amazing asset. The better question is, why would they do that to another reader? I mean, if you're excited about a book, sometimes accidents happen. I don't know. I don't think the person would, if it's a good friend, a real friend, I don't think the person would do it on purpose. I also have the bonus of being the reader in the friend group, so usually I'm the one with the power of spoilers. Okay, yeah, you have the upper hand here. But we're also really good at asking if spoilers are okay before we start rambling. That is such a good habit to have, and it's very respectful. I commend that. There is High Valyrian and Duolingo. Wow. Klingon too, but I can't put the spelling. Oh, those are just too much. Is there Elvish, Tolkien? Like, might as well. I don't know. If it's a good friend and a real friend, they wouldn't do it. True. They would ask most likely first. True, true. All right, let's go for another one. That's boring. That's also boring. Have you ever pretended to read a book that you haven't? But accidents do happen. They do, unfortunately. I don't know if Duolingo has Elvish. I don't think so. Oh, that's a shame. They need to add that. If they have High Valyrian and Klingon, they need Elvish. Like, respectfully, why? If it's on, I think I've done that like when I was a teen for a like a classwork assignment. Maybe I did that with Harry Potter first book. True, but I was a teen and I didn't like the book. So what did I do? I think some other people told me how the story went, and I did my assignment with that information. So, like for assignments, maybe. Otherwise, no. I mean, I do have a lot of books on my TBR. So, yeah, true. Yeah, I'm always the very too honest person in the room. I can't uh, lie. I have a hard time. I have a hard time lying. To be, even if it's a white lie and harmless, it's hard. To be fair, someone tried to mansplain me, and I wanted them to shut the so I pretended to have read the book so they would. Okay, fair. I get that. Also, I have read a mere fraction of the books I was supposed to read for school. Yeah, as I said, assignments. We read a shit ton of stuff in the German school system. Okay, and like we're talking high school, middle grade, elementary, or like college or university. I remember that high school a bit, but I remember in college and in university, I studied theater, so I had a lot, other than textbooks, I had a lot of plays that I had to read, like at least tens of plays per semester, which is like kind of the point if you're studying theater. Still aced my exams, though, and scored higher than the people who did read it. So, wow, congrats. That's something. I actually have to go. I will be back though. I need to eat. So have a good feast, and I'll see you later. Anyways, I am going to start a new sprint. So I'll see you later. We start reading stuff in elementary school, and I already started skipping there. Wow. But I also skipped in middle school and high school. Then I started skipping the chunkier text for university. Wow. I like when it's text that I don't enjoy that much. I don't read fast. So when it's text that I don't like to read, um, I'll go quickly. I'll just look at the words instead of actually reading them in my head. And sometimes I have to go back because I don't understand what I'm seeing more than reading. But yeah, wow. Those are big skills. It did bite me in the behind in university. Yeah, those texts are a bit not the same level as elementary or high school. I liked reading, but I feel like when I was in high school, I kind of fell out of reading because I didn't have much YA books at the time. I read the first Harry Potter book. I was in grade, I think the equivalent is grade 7. We don't have middle school here, and we don't have a seventh grade, but whatever. It's 5 years of high school, so first year of high school, I think, is when I read that book. And it was pretty much the beginning of the YA trend. And we were reading like adult stuff, and I did not like it, and it didn't push me to want to read that much more. So I fell out of reading, unfortunately, but I came back to it. So the good thing is the texts I needed to read in high school were all German classics from way back. Okay. So they all had a lot of adaptations and some were really faithfully. That's fair. I get that. Yep. Especially when you're talking about classics. I always found ways around reading the actual thing. I even went to the theater to watch a play once just to not have to read it. I hope your questions weren't like very based off of like the actual book, because sometimes plays they don't stick to the actual words and they aren't necessarily always very faithful to the text. I was about to say something with that and I forgot. It'll come back. I also skipped a lot of books in school, but later I started using fast reading methods to go through the text I didn't want but had to read. Yep. That's pretty much what I did at university when I had like big textbooks that were psychology books, child like I love talking about like children's psychology, teenage psychology, and teaching. Those were like the big textbooks. Um, but even if you go into theater studies, like we had to study theories in theater of like some people writing books of like big theater theories of how they think theater should be done. And it can be really, really intense when you're not used to it. So that also I tended to skip ahead. Well, not necessarily skip, but just try to read quicker. German has 1 to 4 as elementary, 5 to 9 or 10 for middle. Wow. And 11 to 12, 13 for high school. Okay, that's interesting. We have kindergarten 1 to 6 as elementary, and then we have high school or secondary school 1 to 5. So it's not everywhere in Canada. That's for Quebec. Because I think if you go in Ontario, you do have a seventh grade. I don't know if they have actual like middle grade school, but I do know they have seventh. And I teach elementary school music. So I teach kindergarten till sixth grade. Well, next year I'll teach sixth grade because at my school they were having drama school in fifth and sixth grade, the last 2 grades of elementary school. And next year I'm going to be the one who's going to be teaching drama. So I'll still have my students until sixth. Other than that, they have music until fourth. But yeah, that depends on the school. But yeah, usually that's how it goes. And then after high school, we finished high school at 17, and then you go to college and you either do a pre-university program or a technical program, which can give you a full job. And then You either go work or go to university after that. Well, I aced the exams. Yay! So I guess whatever I did worked. No idea what the questions were, but I looked for so many different inputs that I got the core messages, I guess. Yeah, good for you. You have a way with words, I guess. I've always been good at making my point clear in the written word. Yeah, which my teachers loved. Yeah, that usually does it. When I needed some extra words to get to the word count, I would be writing so easily and adding some stuff so easily once I have like the main skeleton of my text. Yeah, I get that. I was like that too. I remember my sister had to read Romeo and Juliet, and she doesn't like to read, so instead I told her to watch a movie. But she was, oh no, Romeo and Julia. Oh, I mean, it is a good movie, a good adaptation, but it's not necessarily exactly as is. Yeah, and if you read Shakespeare is not necessarily easy, or it doesn't flow well, in my opinion. And we have the equivalent of Shakespeare. We have Molière in French, and even in French, it's not my favorite to read. I mean, I do enjoy many of his. He's more into comedy than tragedy, but yeah, it's not necessarily something that you go through very easily. I was so glad when my 2 mandatory semesters of theater theory were over. Yeah, they're it can be intense. Kindergarten is 3 to 6 for us. 3 to 6 years old. Wow. So you start kindergarten at 3 years old. That is young. Wow. There's little to no teaching going on. Yeah, we have like daycare that are people that work into daycare, and they usually have kindergarten is not mandatory, so you don't have to go there, but everyone goes there. Most of people go to kindergarten, even if it's not mandatory, but they usually just learn letters and learn what it is to be in school, I guess. I like the little ones because I don't need to have grades and report cards. There's none of that when I see them in music class, and everything you do and show them, they're just in awe of everything. So I love kindergartners, but they start at 5 years old. Before 5 years old, they still go to daycare and they still have like a program of like child development, which makes sense with the age they are in, but it's very based off like playing, learning through play. That's the trend at the moment. We don't do college, we go straight to uni or work. You can't go to uni with the middle school degrees, though. You need the high school one. Okay, makes sense. It's interesting. I love learning about other places, how they function in their educational system. We also mostly do text analysis of a new text that was given in the exam. Then we had to compare themes and stuff with a book we should have read before. Okay. Yeah, if you're good with words. I mean, there are stories that are classic that you do know of, so I can see how it can be easy to like extract parts or themes that are in a book without having read the full of it. Shakespeare is to be perceived as a play, not as a book. Oh, that's what I wanted to say before I forget. My husband tried to go to college. He didn't finish high school. He finished it as an adult. And yeah, he has a big traumatic childhood. Anyways, um, so he dropped off at 16 years old, I think. He went as an adult, finished his like equivalent of a high school diploma. And then after, I'm gonna take that banner off because we're way past that time. Um, but yeah, and he tried to go to college to actually be able to work in daycare environments, and he had this author from Quebec. That's he mostly. Wait, I need to translate this correctly because there's a word for it and I don't know what it is in English. Okay, Google says storyteller, but yeah, back in the day it was like a big thing, and he still has like these traditional storytelling. It's not a concert, but you get it. And um, conteur. Yeah, Google says storyteller, which makes sense. And he did write one of his show. He wrote it like down in a written form, but his texts are not meant to be read as a written form. It's meant to be listened to because he improvises a lot. He has like songs in there, and it's a lot about legends around here and all that. So it's very cultural, and he's amazing. But the French teacher asked them to buy the book, read the book, and my husband probably, because with my son, our son does have a speech impediment, and I'm pretty sure after having like speech therapy and everything with him that my husband had that too. But in the 90s, that was not a thing. Um, Especially in a very small area where we were. So yeah, he was having a lot of trouble reading it, and he was not. There was a CD with that came with the book, and he was not allowed to listen to it. Yeah, that was terrible, and he never got to understand the book and what the story was about. Even if he talked to his teacher about it, she was having none of it, which is annoying because like audiobooks are books. It is reading, and my husband has like a huge ADHD, so anyways, he didn't finish his degree. Where was I? Okay, yes, Shakespeare is to be perceived as a play, not as a book. Okay, is the best advice my English teacher ever gave us. She then proceeded to torture us with Othello for half a school year. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yes, we start kindergarten at 3, have fun socializing until we're 6. Then we start school until at least 16, but you have to do school or learn a job until you're 18. The law forces you to. Okay, that's interesting. I like that. That's very interesting because here the law is that you have to go to school from 6 to 16. That's mandatory, but after 16 you don't have to finish high school. I like that you have to finish school. I like that. We don't allow homeschooling in Germany. Interesting. I love that. Mommy, supper is ready. Apparently supper is ready. I'm gonna finish the comments and I'll go eat supper and start the timer. My gosh. In Poland, not long ago, we went back to old education system, and we again have 8 grades of elementary school, 4 for high school, and 5 for other 2 types. Oh, that's interesting. Hi, welcome back. Sorry, we were in this big education system conversation. Yeah, saw that. I translate. And that's on accessibility guides. Yeah, true. Like I know exactly why I was watching the movies and the plays and listened to all the audio versions of the stupid classics because the text wasn't accessible to me at all. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that is something. Hopefully, it changes in the future. Well, I can say that we are, at least in elementary school, as a teacher, the school I'm in that I teach at, we're very into like, how can we better respond to the student's needs, and how can he what can we put into place that will help them learn the most, if that makes any sense. So we're more into that, and I see that a lot with my son, who just finished second grade, so he's going into third next fall. And with his speech impediment, he started a medication for ADHD as well, and like we have a lot of collaboration with the teachers and the school, and like it goes well. It has gone a long way since when I was in school. Read that. Bon, bon appetit. Bon appetit with the supper. I'm going to go head to bed. Good night. Thank you for hanging around and the great discussions. That was fun. As of 2 years ago, it didn't really change for us, but German schools vary so much from each other. Oh, really? Like the city I went to high school was three other high schools, has three other high schools, and they all had different teaching styles. Oof. I mean, yeah, that's a whole debate to have, even within the teaching community. Thank you for this wonderful discussion. Have a great night. And those of you who are still sticking around, they were all public too. Yeah, yeah, I get that. We do have special programs in public school as well that aren't necessarily all the same from one school to another. All right, so let's get sprinting so I can eat, and you go to bed. Good time zone. I like that. Good rest. All right, I'll see you in 45 minutes. Happy reading, eating, resting, whatever you're doing. And I'll see you later. And we are done. How did it go? Let me know. I managed to eat supper and then I realized the time. So I added like the last sprint for now because I am coming back at 8 and it's 6:25 right now. So in an hour and a half, I'll be back for the last 4 hours of this readathon. So from 8 till midnight. But I did want to take a little bit of a break so I can play with my son because he asked me to, and I do want to take some time with him. So, yeah, I'm 2 pages to be done um, with this chapter, and I'll have maybe 100 pages left of my book. So I'll be done with it by the end of the day for sure. I was hoping to finish this one at the same time, but we'll see. I'll at least make sure that I start it. So, we just joke that we are learning the same thing people in the 70s were learning, but the only difference is that we learn about it in color. That's quite funny. Yeah, education systems is quite the debate subject topic amongst a lot of people. Everyone think they have the best system and the best way to teach. Yeah, we've had a reform of the education system. A while back when I was in high school, it didn't get to me. I managed to finish high school before it got to me, but yeah, it hasn't stopped since. It's been at least 20 or 20, yeah, 15, 20 years old. 20, yeah, maybe, since they've done that. And like the 70s, that's like 50 more years ago. I mean, the world has changed in 50 years, but happens. All right. So I'm going to stop here. Thank you for joining. And if you still have some energy, still want to sprint, I will be back in an hour in 1 hour and a half minutes. I'll be back with a new live for a good 4 hours. So thank you for coming and for the great discussions. I really appreciate everyone. And I'll see you either in the next sprint or in another video if you're not there later, which is totally fine. Thank you so much, everyone, and have a great rest of your day, evening, morning, wherever time zone you're in. Bye. See you later.